Wes, how you doing, brother? I'm just waiting for Friday or Saturday when we play Baldur's Gate again. I'll be honest, that's all I've had on my brain lately. But I'm excited to get back to regular streaming, which is good. I do need to make a TikTok tonight as well. I don't know whether it's going to be about Overwatch or maybe Baldur's Gate or maybe I can just pull something out of my ass and just shit around for a minute. I don't know what I would do. I have a couple things I want to make a video on, but like it's a lot. I still need to like I'm just waiting because there's a bunch of news that's come out for Overwatch 2, but ultimately we have to wait and see what happens in 4 days or whatever. I think it was the 12th when it comes out. 5 days. And I didn't do much. That's fine. I didn't do much today either. Talked to Stu a little bit about the thing. We do have a new emote. Pokemon Directs tomorrow. Maybe we'll stream that too. That'll be good. Our new emote, it's Yes Heart. Look at how beautiful that is. I think once again, Strudel absolutely fucking crushed it. I think Reyna will be pretty happy with it. It's kind of crazy. I think it's pretty fitting. Yeah, Reyna's gonna enjoy it. I think I enjoy it too. It's nice to finally give back to Reyna in a little bit. She deserves it. And then, you know, when people are being nice, we can just put some hearts in the chat. You know, it's great. It's great. We have our own heart. I think it looks good. Okay, back to Ace Attorney. I forget where we left off. We were in like a recess. 30-minute recess in the middle of a trial. To look at some more information. Yeah, it's not going to be used like that. I don't know how it's going to be used, but we'll see. Oh, apparently Rockstar fucked up today. I want to talk about that. Everyone was excited about a rumored Red Dead release. Let's see. Let me just go to Rockstar. The Red Dead 1 port, right? Like, no one wanted a port, dude. And even then, it's a port to the Switch. Make sure I don't have anything suspect open. To the what? I'm sorry, but Nintendo and modern PlayStation systems. You can wishlist it now. According to them. Yeah. Featuring the classic stories of Red Dead and Undead Nightmare. Wow, look at that. Coming to PlayStation 4 and Nintendo Switch. They cannot even get a fucking port right. Who the hell asked for a Switch port and a PlayStation 4? Why isn't it on PC? Why isn't it on newer consoles? First of all, whatever, right? Why is it old stuff to Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4? And then there's like a giant like news post like this is supposed to be like amazing shit. Experience the epic Western adventure. Red Dead Redemption, its groundbreaking zombie horror companion, Undead Nightmare, comes for the Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4 for the very first time in a single package. Can you play Red Dead 1 via backwards compatibility? Yeah, on Xbox you can. That's why they're making it a big deal for PlayStation. Because it was never on PS4. And now it is. And through backwards compatible, I'm sure you can play it on the PS5. Yeah, including backwards compatibility with the PlayStation 5. Instead of just porting it to the PlayStation 5 and making it look beautiful, they said, hey, We'll port it to the PlayStation 4 and the Nintendo Switch, and then through backwards compatible, you can play it on the PS5. You would think the PS4 has it. You would think the PS4 would have it, but if it doesn't, okay, put it on PS4 and PlayStation 5. You think it wouldn't be $50, but it's $50 for a fucking port of a game that's from 2013. PC players have wanted this game for forever, and it doesn't even come with multiplayer. They're literally just reselling the campaign. That's all they're doing. It is a downgrade in every single way possible. $49.99 on the Nintendo Switch eShop and PlayStation Store. And don't worry, don't you worry. If it's not going to make enough digitally, don't worry. Physical sales will release on October 13th. They are making physical copies for this bullshit. No one needs a physical copy of a 10-year-old game. Yeah, no one needs physical copies for a game that is this old. It is brain dead, dude. So then, of course, you have people like, seriously, still not on PC? Fuck off, bruh. PC players been waiting 13 years and still aren't getting access to this. Also, PlayStation 4 only means it's a 2023 remaster of a 2010 title. Won't support 60 FPS. People are like, why would you expect the PlayStation 4 to run it in 60 FPS? Because the game's from 2010. A PS4 should be able to run it. The PlayStation 3 ran it, maybe not at 60 FPS, whatever. But it's a new console. This port is developed by Double 11 Studios and not by Rockstar. Beware, y'all. Last time Rockstar game was outsourced, we got the GTA trilogy. And I guess that's another thing. They didn't even do it themselves. Of course they outsourced the remakes. Again, they outsourced it. This is what I made it. It's brain dead. They're getting so lazy with how they make their money because they know people have lost interest in GTA Online, so they're just selling old shit. Where's the remaster / remake? This is just a port. On the bright side, this is a simple port developed by another studio, meaning all Rockstar studios are fully focused on GTA 6. Doubt it. Rockstar, you're my favorite video game company by far, but porting Red Dead Remastered to modern systems. Red Dead Redemption to modern systems while ignoring the modern systems being PlayStation 5, PC, Xbox Series X is crazy. Even by port standards, this should at least run 60 FPS 4K and natively support PS5 features. 30 FPS in 2023 is disappointing. Yeah. Look what happened in the Gen 4 remakes. Yeah, I don't understand why these companies think outsourcing remakes is a good idea. The Gen 4 Pokemon remakes were fucking disgusting. It was ported over so hard, ROM hacks from like Platinum and the old days basically worked on Switch. Terrible remakes. GTA Trilogy, terrible fucking remakes. And now they're doing it again with Red Dead Redemption, which might be fine, but why not port it to PC? If you're gonna port a game, why wouldn't you port it everywhere so everyone can play it, so you maximize the amount of customers that will actually buy the game? I'm sure if it came to PC, just for people who like mods, they would fucking get the game and start modding it. It's insane. It's insanity. Ported over the worst mainline games at the time. Verbatim. I don't know. It's just disgusting to see. And then apparently they said remastering has always been a part of the strategy. We've done differently than the competition. We don't just port titles over. We actually take the time to do the very best job we can making the title different for the new release. The new technology that we're launching it on. So we improve the technology, upgrade the visuals, and we make performance enhancements. And that's why I think our remastered titles typically do so well. GTA 5. There was another thing that someone showed. Yeah, Rockstar owner discussed remaster strategy. Said it's not interested in simple ports. That is completely what this is. Take-Two says Rockstar can't deliver a great experience by doing just a simple port. It's true. I know, it's just a terrible decision. It feels like the company is being mismanaged like crazy. I think what happened was, this is like my conspiracy theory. I think what happened to Rockstar. Hello, Stinky. What's going on, Banana? We're just talking about how they're porting Red Dead Redemption to Switch and Xbox. Oh, is the title still the same? I gotta change it. My bad. Why? I don't know. PS4 and Nintendo Switch is what they're porting it over to. I don't know why they wouldn't just bring it on PC. I would love to have Red Dead Redemption on PC. It's already on Xbox. They've had it for like 2 to 3 years. So it is still technically on Xbox Series X through backwards compatibility. So if you bought it on the Xbox 360 or you have the disc, you can play it on your Xbox Series X right now. And I think it did get an update for it. But other than that, like, why wouldn't they remaster it? Why wouldn't they actually port it properly? Why wouldn't they make it 4K 60 FPS? It's just annoying. It's another weird port. I don't think it'll run well. I think there'll be a bunch of bugs. I think people aren't gonna buy it. It's just weird. It's weird for them to be like, hey, everyone really, really, really loves Red Dead 2. So let's port Red Dead 1, but not completely port it. Did he finish Red Dead Redemption 1 after Modern Warfare 1? Yeah, I don't know. I've been actually really wanting to play through Red Dead Redemption 2, and hearing Rockstar just, like, fuck up, I'm not buying shit. I'm not buying it either. How you doing, Lucky? Who the hell is actually like, yeah, I'm gonna spend $50 to buy a game that came out in 2013 when I can go and buy Baldur's Gate? Or I can take that money and go and buy Starfield. Or I could take that money and go and buy Game Pass for a few months. 50 fucking dollars from a game in 2013. What do you take me for? Someone with money? It's just like Rockstar takes everyone for a bunch of fucking idiots, and people are gonna buy it. And it's like, dude, what the fuck? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I want to make. That's what I'll make a TikTok on. I'll be like, no, no, no. We gotta talk about this. It's so brain dead, dude. No multiplayer? That was one of the best parts about the first Red Dead. Oh, and apparently Baldur's Gate, it broke its peak concurrent players yesterday at over 800,000 players or something like that. Or 700,000 players. 700,000 people were playing Baldur's Gate 3 yesterday. I am so happy for Baldur's Gate 3. I am telling you, Baldur's Gate 3 deserves all the love. Oh, wait, what's going on, Flower? They practically lived off of milking the fuck out of GTA 5 for how many years? Like, 10? A decade at least? So my conspiracy theory, here's my conspiracy theory for Rockstar. I think Game of the Year, I think Baldur's Gate could very well be Game of the Year. I think, what is it? They mismanaged the company so badly that I think they're losing money somehow. Which is crazy to say. Like, they should be making money, but I feel like with how mismanaged the company's been, I feel like they need cash flow. That's why they're throwing this shit out. It's fighting Tears of the Kingdom and Pikmin 4, but here's the thing. Those games are locked on a console. Baldur's Gate will be on consoles and it's PC. But will people care about Baldur's Gate in a month when people are playing on Starfield? I don't know. But another thing is Tears of the Kingdom and Pikmin 4. I mean, I guess there's maybe co-op in Pikmin 4. I don't know, but you have 4 players playing Baldur's Gate than compared to like 1 person playing Tears of the Kingdom. Starfield comes out in a month. Starfield's a month away. We'll be playing that on stream too. I'm gonna play the fuck out of that on stream. Sorry, I've just been talking. It's nice to just kind of do a stream where Zelda co-op makes no sense though. Yeah, but my argument for why like Elden Ring was gonna be Game of the Year was because more people were able to play it, and that's kind of my same argument with Baldur's Gate. More people will be playing it than like Tears of the Kingdom. What's Starfield again? It's Skyrim in space. It's Fallout in space. It's the people who made those games making a space game that they've been working on for 25 years. Apparently. Four Swords, Triforce Heroes, says otherwise. Yeah. Alright, let's get Ace Attorney up. Let's continue the trial. But yeah, I don't know. I hate where Rockstar has gone. They used to be an innovative company that was leading the gaming industry, and now they're releasing half-baked ports that they didn't even work on. They had another fucking company do for them. Kinda gross. Let me save Zelda with Zelda. That shit makes no sense. Bro, it doesn't need to be another Link for a co-op Zelda game. Pikmin 4 has one of the dumbest co-op modes ever, if you're wondering. Then yeah, no. I know Link's like the main guy, but who's to say there's not a story where Link has a guy, a best friend or something that like dies in the middle of the story? We make that co-op. You're saying it makes no sense? I disagree. If he's supposed to be going on this epic quest that's supposed to take weeks, if not months, to get through and save the day, you're telling me there's no room for another player to help out? Player 2 throws stones and crud? It's a little bro simulator. Oh. Like, I don't know. Linkle. So remember, 30-minute recess. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? I don't exactly remember what happened, but we were pushing them to where we had to get a new person on the stand. Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. Yep, we called for Marshall. That's what I remember. How's the audio, by the way? Been the voice in Hyrule Warriors? Imagine the fact that there are multiple links. Yeah, audio's good. Okay. So you figured everything out? Yeah, why don't they do like a multiversal thing? Like if Sonic can do fucking Sonic Generations, why couldn't we get a Link from 2 different games, like, helping each other out? Why can't Toon Link show up and be like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? There's plenty of shit you could do to, like, throw another Link in another world. Called A Link Between Worlds. It's easy, bro. It's easy. Man, fuck you. Man, fuck is this shit? So you figured everything out? I haven't figured anything out. We're just throwing a sheriff under the bus. They already fucking did that! Oh, no. You're not the one who knows everything? Gunch. Emma? You always know everything? Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. It's true, man. Fucking tell me everything. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. I don't care. She hasn't told me shit. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Sister drama. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. You kind of were, but it's okay, man. We were getting a little... We were might have been a breakthrough there. Gumshoe just coming on in like, oh, what's going on? He definitely interrupted something. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. My bad, my bad, my bad. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? He doesn't say pal in the anime. Aww. Got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Damn. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey! 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 I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay, so have you brought what I asked? Oh. I mean this, right? What the fuck is this? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. SL9 incident. Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Ooh, keep my name out your fucking mouth. Oh, we still don't have them yet. Here, you might do well to read them. Can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, was a witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness. You were a witness in that case? Files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with that serial murders? Yeah, or with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I've brought your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there. I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Alana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under? 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No. It's over with? No? What are they talking about? Who Joe Dark? MOH? She ran away. But you know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. What the fuck? Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Grant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case connected those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial? No. I need to read this. Incident closed. Perpetrator, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witness, Lana Sky, Emma Sky. The Skys are both witnesses. Investigation Task Force. Executive investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall, Angel Star. God, dude. Better take a good look at this file. I don't even know if that'll help. What the fuck? It's a lot of information she just dumped on me that would have been nice at the beginning of the fucking case. How am I supposed to do my job as a lawyer slash detective slash policeman? Because I'm doing all of their fucking jobs. Without information. Or we'll now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Maybe they come back. I'm going to call the next witness to the stand, the officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Is this boy? Partner? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind. I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner? What do you mean? Desperado's soul is boundless to the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Day of the crime. My job was to keep a wary eye on the Bonehead Orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the Streetside Saloon at the time it went down. Just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Can't say I particularly care for your attitude. Can't say I care for your beard, but don't see me complaining. Oh, fuck. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprints activated locks on the evidence lockers? Yeah, what about those? Fingerprint activated locks. What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? It's not being very helpful. It's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? He is drinking on the stand. This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Damn. Alright, let's do a little savey save. What do you mean by Bone Orchard? How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? Just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room shows still. Even time dies in there. I was just caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I erased the tape. Nothing's unusual as recorded tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has the flair for dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. You made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you hear a word I said, partner? Told you that ain't my style? Afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There's a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say that I do. Yes, you do. You were the lead detective. Haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? He was protected by 2 security systems anyways. Used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. Couldn't even tell you how a bike works. What the fuck? It's quite, incredible. Since they're on the locker, handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. Yeah. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you're doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at the Streetside Saloon. Time it went down. What were we doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Oh, I had some spaghetti like a couple days ago. It was pretty good. Not even Angel's steak lunch can beat that parlor's Vongole sepia pasta? Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Music's a tad bit louder than you? I can turn it down. Good? Also love spaghetti. Hate how quickly it spoils. Spaghetti do spoil quickly. We have like some I should probably eat tonight. Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. Now it's a bit too low. Okay. That should be good. So what I meant, I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want to raise this year?" I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. He's not innocent. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner, as you call it, evidence. If you plan to join me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room. Witness doesn't appear to have done anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone, everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my cool. Before I use it, before I use it though, I better up the ante. So he's not an innocent traveling man. I don't know if I should use my trump card right away and be like, bro, your fingerprints were there. Fuck it, let's do it. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. Partner? It's quite simple. With a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Correct objections have a match. Shut the fuck up, bitch energy, yeah. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. Pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's totally natural my fingerprints will be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood! Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away, however. The luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with the head on his shoulders. Take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. I was shaving, man. You know me. I'm constantly shaving and leaving my fucking hair at the crime scenes. I just cut myself and it was really bloody. And then, remember I was going to say something? Give me 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom and maybe grab a soda real quick. Then we'll listen to the blood-stained fingerprints. Cause like what, Wes? I'll read it in a second. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. Goodbye. Hello, everyone. Goodbye. Just what did I miss? There's only 3 viewers. Don't bring up the count. Yeah, the count makes me sad. To be fair, I took a break. I spent the weekend pretty much playing Baldur's Gate. So I knew stream was going to take a hit, but I was playing with the boys, you know? Also, people could be busy. So it is what it is. Oh, sorry, you're good. Putting some papers away really quick. Plus, we're playing Ace Attorney. It's hit or miss for some people. If we were playing Smash, I'm sure more people would be here. A Dead Detective Story? No. This is a... Oh, yeah, no, it is. You're right. We found evidence that leads this guy who was a patrolman who had the crime scene. We found bloody fingerprints, so he has to testify to that right now. What do you mean? Where? How in the fuck? OS Frog? What do you mean? How in the fuck? Blood wearing fingerless gloves. Yeah. Said it's only natural for my fingerprints to be on the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or did you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. What the fuck? Remember, I stopped watching it, some VHS tape? Yeah. The witness's explanation appears valid. Though there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner? I guess so. Defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Yeah, he's hiding something. We've known he's hiding something. Like I said, it's only natural my fingerprints be in that evidence room. Because you... How did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What do you mean? I mean what I said? That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. Well, he fucked himself then. Because it was empty, the crime happened, and then it had something in it. He fucked himself just now. All that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. These strange that my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Marshall's fingerprints updated in the court record. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprints. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Was it mine? It's no mystery? Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. Just so happened. Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that are just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Bloodstains and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. He's lying out of his ass right now. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. Ooh. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. Yeah, right. All right. Let's see what homonyms have to do with this. Or did you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? Maybe a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. Found in the Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. We did. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprints? It's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture. Seal of blood in the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape! He had it! As long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Bet it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? I gotta save. What do you mean by that? You want me to tie... You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. That video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. Objection! It's true. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you could show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, show evidence. Please do so now. Very well. Want me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall? Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence. This is where he got attacked. You know, the guard came to stop him. Fucking stabbed him. He managed to get around, get one over on him. And he got knocked the fuck out. That's still empty, right? Right? That's his locker, he said. Smacked in the face with a knife. Take that! Bring our attention back to the security camera. There's a mistake, I'm afraid. You'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? You opened the locker! Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video! There you go. That's 8. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Boom! He had to have opened it. Oh, the white cloth is gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of that crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. This is a pretty good one, man. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? Doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. It's true. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. But their fingerprint ID. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? Because you are. This guy's just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. Hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. Say open that locker, now prove it. Their fingerprint ID. Nope. Blood doesn't know. Blood thinks he's part of the team. Fingerprint sensor. Ooh, it's the first time we've seen him getting sweaty, bruh. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. Rip audio. It's all crunchy. I try and turn it off and then back on. Is that better? Let me see if I can change the audio again. It'll fix itself soon? Okay. Apparently, XQC is currently debating with H3H3 on fair use. H3H3 and XQC having a dialogue is gonna hurt my brain. What kind of crazy talk is this? Ironic, yeah. Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Ding! He threw it back at him! Ooh, he chewing on jerky? What are you chewing on, brother? Only got one word for you, partner. No! What the fuck? Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. The fact that he still has a locker after 2 years is crazy. And then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Uh-oh. Ole! Please answer the questions. What is he now, a bullfighter? Ole! It's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. And Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? See, Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion... Let me see it before they make me pick where the witness is going to be. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He had to have been the killer. Take that! Officer Marshall was standing right here. So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. It's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. Chamber's empty, partner. You better reload. What do you mean? Are you ganging up on me? Perhaps you should think a little more about where Officer Marshall was. So he's not the victim, he's not the killer. Where could he have been at the time of the crime? Around the corner, maybe? But there was the victim and the killer right here. He would have seen him. Camera. Unless he was in the corner, a blind spot. Pull some ass pull. I thought he'd be the killer. He wasn't. He was the victim. We're standing right here. What? There, but that's where the victim Detective Goodman was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Oh, so he was the victim. Oh, I did it wrong. I said he was the murderer. I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. Yeah. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. There you go. I forget he's the victim in this case. That's preposterous. Officer Beacons witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw that man's face, he'd know for sure. I point out, though, that Officer Beacons did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? So they pulled a knife on me, yeah. Detective with his ID card wouldn't pull a knife on him. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. The man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? Ooh, chew your jerky, bro. You got quite an imagination, partner. You got a term for that? It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Damn, bro. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? These two detectives have made things so much harder. They have to be the ones doing it, because they've been lying and holding things from us the entire time. It has to be both of them. These fucking detectives, man. Oh, am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Maybe in the vid. Ah, this can't be happening. So obviously he's the one. What can I do? We'll just use the fucking thing again. We'll use the clock. Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box? Shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. Rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? We need to find what that cloth is. There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chances it might be discovered later as it has been. Means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. And after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. Yep. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside. Yep. Back to the cloth. Just what exactly is this piece of cloth? We need to find out. Perhaps it's a cloak. Perhaps it's the jacket. Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. Don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well, let's take another look at this security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness opened the locker. Because he got stabbed? There, I fucking saw it. I did too, I missed it. He got blood on the drip. Yeah, we've been seeing that. So some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. Meekins got a licking. I think Meekins got stabbed and managed to get blood on him from his hand. You could just walk out like that. So you hit the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. Hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, you were only half as persistent then as you are today. We all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Fucking proved him on the spot. Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. Alright? Seems the time has come. I did it. It was me, and I liked it. I loved it. I'll do it again. To do that day, I just couldn't stand by and let it die. Stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I plan to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Damn! So the supposed victim was really you? But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand? My guess is he's the donor? Yeah. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. I had to do it that day. I just couldn't stand by and let it die. You say 8, you mean SL9? You even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost, I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall was in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why you what? I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I plan to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal. I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. The detective's ID card? So that the morning of the incident, that's why the guy filed the report. That really was why Goodman started filing out the report. Yep, right there. Turned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. So you just dropped it there. ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker by yourself. I mean, he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. It means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I was expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Yeah. Pulled a knife at Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Taking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I have to think a little more about his raise this year. Yeah. Where did Edward get so much influence? Anyways, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. So sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. Wait, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas I wouldn't be caught on the camera. Yeah. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. They would have blood on it. Nah, you'd probably clean it. I think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. What you're saying is on that day, wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence? Still missing, Your Honor? What the fuck? It's like we finally start to understand what's going on. There's like a giant bombshell that's like, hey, there's still more you don't know about. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? State Detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Yeah. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one's mine. I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? Why? The case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? The reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room? Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. Remember the Joe Dark case? Involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't tend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know, that's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related to that case in some way. Here, taking a look at the files. Let's save and throw the papers in his face. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Yeah. Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard that name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? Wait! It doesn't even show his name on there. Oh, never mind. He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Yeah. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. Well, shit. case fell into your hands. What's his relation to you? Is that your brother? Dude, my brother. Feels bad, man. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, then Deputy Chief of Police. So the Chief of Police is involved. Group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Cold ass photo, yeah. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark? I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. That's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? Damn. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened to the police department on the day of the crime. Yeah. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with this resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery's finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. Which is bad for my original case. Things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. Exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor. I knew he was going right back to this. This fake murder was going on in the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. No one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime. That means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Yep, Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky.
Objection!
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Objection!
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. He does. All the mysteries of the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Sky. Fuck. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. Fuck her. She's a liar. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. No. Ah! Just say object. Object. I rest my case. Soon this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt that what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. I mean, yeah. Not the word, but I still have a question. Now then, time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Hold it! Oh. Your Honor, wait! So I'm about the shoe. The shoe with the blood on it? Yeah. Emma, the defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I am asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Ooh, look at Edgy Boy. Damn, he said, you want a minute? You get 3. Make it good. Let's see it. My mans. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it. The names of both Sky and her sisters were in the file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day, so I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. She ran all the way over there? Did you find something? No? Oh, well then. Well. Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator. Fuck. That really hurts. Is that all? Yeah, you fucked us. Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. Fucking high school, bro. Fringe. Ew. Cringe. Ew. Ew. Mr. Attorney. Mr. Wright. Those traces of blood are the only clue we have. We can't find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. Anyone can save Lana, it's you? Me. Oh boy. Time's up, now then, Mr. Wright. With regards to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? Here's the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of more use, but still. Can't find anything wrong with the blood mark. Lana will be. Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Fuck! If I ever need to concentrate, it's now. I have no clue where I'm being led and what I should throw out there. What could be wrong with the handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? There'd be something I'm missing. Fuck it, gotta object. Objection! Handprint left at the crime scene. Clearly shows a contradiction. Only thing that seems clear is that you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with it? Like you said, Wes, the shoe print maybe. Why were the shoes there? Is it strange to take a good look at these floor plans? Something is missing? Missing? Something hasn't been drawn on there? Yeah, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. What is part of the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. Question is, which item could prove something's missing on the floor plans? I think Wes, the vase? Oh, the vase, you're probably right. As they say back west, even a blind man can hit with a buckshot. That is, so long as he's facing the general direction. See, Mr. Wright's not sure which direction to face. It's no use. The more evidence there is, the greater the chance of me being wrong. Calm down, Mr. Wright. Try and remember what the evidence room was like on the day of the crime. What does that bother me about the blood mark? It's the way it's smeared, like it's being wiped. I can prove something is missing in the floor plans. I mean, he technically can prove. He's not in the floor plans. Take that! What about that piece of plywood? Come on, you don't like the mascot? The Blue Badger! Mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was, dancing at the time of the crime. Well, how would someone's hand get on that locker if the Blue Badger was in front of it? True! True! It was blocking Gumshoe's locker, yeah. Edgeworth is like, fuck! That's right, as long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it'd be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. Boom! What? yeah, gotcha. So that means, just exactly what does that mean? I don't even know. That means it can't be done? What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. But you're right, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badges to the evidence room, right? He was told to move it. After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. I mean, that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in? Just one moment, I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. May sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. Fuck, dude. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. Had to have been. Detective Goodman, when he was really murdered. Objection! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claims. Or claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. Objection! So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. I don't think I have that. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to the Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur, as Mr. Edgeworth said? Proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that could show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? Let's see. Check the ID list. It's probably the ID list, but let me see. Shows when first crime took place. So about 4:20. Crime took place inside the evidence room, and the killer would have had to enter it. In order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh! The ID card record, yep. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. Crime took place between that time, then it would be 4:40. Ah! Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. Doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. Clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. Right there. So then one other card number remaining, 777777777. Talk about a lucky number, yeah. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? There's no record of his car being used beforehand. He must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Fortunately, I'm unable to look at the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. Damn! He said, be quiet and listen. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. An official charge filed against an executive is accepted. Official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? Your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Damn! I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I appreciate if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana. Don't be stupid, she's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 77777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. I want to know is one thing about that incident. SL9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Ooh. Ooh. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. And at the time, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Well, Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. I want you to answer him. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. Fuck, dude. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Fuck! Balana! Even if it involved forging evidence. Fuck. That's terrible, bro. I feel so bad for the detective. Even though he's lied to me, see, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, he's proven his point. Even though he's lied to us every step of the way, him and Detective Starr kind of got fucked over, but they haven't made anything easy, like at all. At all. No. No! Everyone in this case, save Emma. Fuck, this sucks. Edgeworth is gonna get shit. Such a stir. Chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. In conclusion of the trial, would have to wait until the following day. Is that 4 days? Or is this day 3? Is the next one day 3? Edward keeps getting dumpstered. Yeah, it's a day 4 trial. Holy moly. Alright, day 3 investigation. Tomorrow's day 4. Trial's only supposed to last 3 days. Day fucking 4, man. So sorry, Mr. Wright. Sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for the victim to get the verdict he deserved. That really hurts our case, man. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dart killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Yeah. Anna wanted Dart convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. Yeah, what happened to you? Why have we not been told this information? It's all there in the file. Joe Dart's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dart tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me? So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dart trial. Oh, fuck. You see that one coming. Yeah, that's big information. Happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year. I mean, why did you tell us this a while ago? Like the moment we started knowing about SL9. We did, no? It's in the case file. But why didn't she tell us this a long time ago? The moment the SL thing got brought up. Terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. Seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. When I saw it then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I could still see it now. Permanent picture? After the incident, I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made up? You mean provided bogus evidence? Prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. Yeah, no, he couldn't have known. He was being given false evidence. Yeah, poor edgy boy. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. Yes, it is. They could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though they may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Yep. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. Damn. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. She'd been through so much. Alright, when she was 14? Yeah. 13, 14. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. He must have been 14. 14, yeah. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. Find evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. And that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he's being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Why did you run all the way over to your sister's office? The detective's office and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. The fuck? She went from detective to prosecutor. She was the best in the entire force? What? That's news to me. Yeah, this would have been nice. The Joe Dark case, she was transferred into the prosecutor's office, made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Jeez. Hello, you fucking liar. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? Oof. Well, Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? But how you were a detective 2 years ago? How the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office? That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? She was the same rank as Big Dick. Yeah. Well, do you have a right to know, Mr. Wright? A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, and not least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believe in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. That trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said? About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? I hear just lurking. Thanks, brother. Seen you playing some Baldur's Gate by yourself last night, man. How was it? I just want to get back to our playthrough, man. That's all I want to do. Just want to go back and pick up where we left off. Yeah, I'm fucking loving it. That game is like game of the year material, bro. I cannot believe it broke peak player count. 700,000 people were playing it. God, dude. Weekend can't come soon enough? Yeah. Why won't you tell us? Well, game Baldur's Gate 3. It's game of the year. You need to buy it. You need to play it. Absolutely. I have not praised and recommended a game as much since, like, Elden Ring, bro. Or, like, Halo Reach. It's just huge. Thank you for the 30 bits, by the way, Banana. I don't think I said that. It was about an hour ago. I did say thank you, but, you know. Baldur's great. Never heard of it. Baldur's Gate 3 is huge. It's great. I bet you it's currently one of the most watched games on Steam right now. I'll check right now, too. Twitch. Going on good old Twitch. Let's go to channel. Like The Rock. Like Baldur's Gate. Like The Rock. Like Baldur's Gate. Like also on episode 2 of Invincible. Oh, man. You better enjoy Invincible, bro. Browse the top game right now. It's one of the top games. It's not the top. Oh, Dark and Darker's back, by the way, too. Is it on Steam? I seen the homie saying it was coming back to Steam. Or was he lying to me? Again. He fucking lied to me. It is back. Are they doing another fucking playtest where you have to get it through fucking... I'm not going to torrent Dark and Darker. It's not on Steam again. Is it easy to at least get into the beta? I'm never listening to fucking John ever again, dude. No, he just said it was getting dropped today. Not on Steam. Is Baldur's Gate on Xbox? It's coming soon. Fucking MapleStory devs. Yeah, they're fucking terrible. Let me take a look at the Dark and Darker server. Because it has 110,000 people streaming or watching the game right now. Early access finally begun. We have a partnership with the wonderful folks at Chaff Games to make Dark and Darker available on the streamlined Chaff Games platform. If you're interested in a platform with large access to a large library of indie hits, please take a look. So you have to go to chaffgames.com and go to Dark and Darker. It looks like Epic Games. It looks like their storefront. I don't care. If it's if it's an easy, like, one-click install thing, then I'll do it. I don't want to make a fucking... Maybe not. Where the fuck is Warhaven? Yeah, I don't know. So Dark and Darker, it is back. The beta is going again. How long is it till? So right now it's early access has finally begun. Do you have to purchase the game? Whatever, I'll look into it tomorrow. Yeah, Dark and Darker's apparently back. I'm curious to see what that game looks like. Fuck is Warhaven, bro? Oh yeah, Warhaven was cool. I don't know. They got a lot of like feedback. I don't know what's gonna happen with Warhaven. And it doesn't just involve me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta use the restroom. I might go grab a little snack too. 1 second. But if Dark and Darker's back, man, I want to play it. I'll be back. Turn back. It was cool. I heard the beta we played was cringe compared to the past one. Yeah, I heard it's been making a lot of improvements. I'm bummed. Bummed that it's not on Steam anymore. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago, yeah. She was amazing! They still talk about all the cases she and the Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was Deputy Chief of Police back then? But he still worked the crime scenes? Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. Best team ever, they solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Am I really idolizing her big sister? Let me take a bite of my granola thing. You're not your chief prosecutor, what happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was you gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Yeah, should ask more about the investigation. Second command of the detectives investigating Dark. Yeah, Gant was the lead. Yep. Same office and same investigations. They even had the same office. Yeah. Put a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It's the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Yeah. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who had happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Yeah. David Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me, yep. She was the first person to run to the scene, Lana? Appeared so. I was filling some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Filing, excuse me. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? What the fuck? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seemed Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. What a badass, bro! My man got stabbed in, like, the chest and still knocked the killer out. My man is a fucking unit, bro. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. He's him. He was him, yeah. Picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence. Why do they keep bringing up the word coincidence? It's gonna make me fucking quit the game. It's gonna make me Alt F4. Quite the coinkadink, huh? This word has been brought up 8 times. It's clearly not a coincidence that all of this is connected. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. Yeah. Case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. I wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. Yep. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Can I go talk to Edgy Boy? He's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. See where the detectives are. Will we prove in the court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.? Yeah. Thought we were finally making some headway in our case. Instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. Yep. Is Edgy Boy in his office? Sedgwick isn't here. On admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. Guess we'll just have to come back later. Poor Edgy Boy. Coincidency, my non-existent love life. It's a coinkadink, huh? Well, howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Hey, Sarah, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? It's over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner. Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If there ever was a case I needed to know the truth about it, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about the trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean a switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Darksaw, right? But in the initial autopsy report, the question was raised. The question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Facts have been concealed with forged evidence, yeah. That case left behind scars on all of us. Scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It's our first case together. How old was he, your brother? 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors, yep. I knew it! What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. So Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right, it was the day of the evidence transferal, yep. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was a thunder. Can't believe 2 years have already gone by. Tried to steal the evidence, the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in the investigation, save one, was taken care of. Yeah, everyone got fucked over except for Goodman. Why was Goodman fine? Mr. Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? They did something to him? The commissioner wouldn't get suspicious? No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Investigation lead Damon Gant and his second-in-command Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left? Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Yep. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me what happened to my sister. Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. On a secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. One thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. And someone else is the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. There he goes. There he goes, man. Can we go back and ask her about her secret? This is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. This means everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. Chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. Oof. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator up to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Why would you say that? Let's see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Oh, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office? Okay, yeah. Holy moly, this is his office? It's crazy. You narc? Tumbleweed in the dry west, never to be seen again. Yep. Holy moly, look at this place. I'm gonna take another bite of my granola bar. Man, it's some bullshit. You got a whole fucking, like, piano thing. An organ, there you go. I said what said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Back. Thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Never could remember where she was. Hmm? Oh. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Mr. Rido, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. Yeah. See that big picture on the wall over there? It's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. It's the vase. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. Going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh! This is an office. It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? Case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now, hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. So we aren't welcome? Seems the case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Denied our request to search the crime scene. Yep. Must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. I mean, like a clue? How do we wait to get inside the chief's office? We'll use the robot. Never mind. Let's go talk to her again. Oh, Nope. I will present her in the picture. She does not want any of our evidence. Okay, never mind. Gotta hope Big Dig's here. Hey, Bao, there he is. Hit the gumshoe. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, I'm serving everyone's coffee. But like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? Under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office? It's almost like the battles between you two in court. Sounds serious. Yeah, our boy's been demoted to coffee duty. Because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. They falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yeah. Yikes. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Honest Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now this, are there really so many people who hate him? Oof. In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better receipt I know for making enemies of. No receipt I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. If you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier. While the coffee was brewing. Seemed generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. Oh, that's fucked. His final attack? I mean, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? Powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon? Might jog his memory. Would you like to see this murder weapon, my man? About this. Hey, is that? Has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? Since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. The day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. But what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again! This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down the last fiber. It's pretty conclusive. Yeah, it is. Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. If you got stabbed in the back, I don't know. Why forge evidence when the fucking knife piece was in the guy? Yeah. Display knife updating the court record. The Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? Accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? Killed a man that witnessed the accident, then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. And a kid. A jogger came up with the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Damn, he killed like fucking 6 people, dude. Seems he was pretty careless. A pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. Good thing that last witness wasn't killed. The last witness. AKA Emma. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. Yep. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? The prosecutor, Neil Marshall, was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Not to risk our boy's job. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. Oh shit, what? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was to take a Goodman, so that won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting into that office? Or there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Let's present the previous papers. Well, let's show the picture. Show the device need. Yeah. Files, there's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I'm plenty buying it, pal. Looking in the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah. It was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know? After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Alana was pretty clear in her confession. Forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. What can we show him that's, like, enough to change his mind? You gotta do it for the Blue Badger, man! This guy almost made us lose the case today? What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. It's more than you could say about the most officers nowadays. I guess it's true. I would say there's a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit he's right though. Thanks to Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. Possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15. The D-card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m. The victim detective Goodman must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 7777777. That's 17 too many, detective. Executive officer. I might just have a hunch. No big dick hungry. Evidence from past case brought back to his office request by Gant. Sure little advice? Okay, alright. How's that jar? I think I've seen it before somewhere. Maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. Must be the most uninformed detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen this before? You seen it in the photo. Let me show you the photo. Lana still have her card. Stab a piercing heart to lung, died from loss under 10 minutes. The wound found in the wound was missing tip. Wait, the weapon, if it broke off in him, then why would it say it was, maybe, I don't know. Let me show him this. Okay, no. I gotta show him something that'll change his mind. Wanna see my badge? Good shit. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. With the award ceremony? Of course, pal. I got award. Yeah. We already talked about this. Sorry, I was quite the lady. Why I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16, that's how old I am. I wonder what happened. So I'm supposed to show him something that'll change his mind. I just bought some of that stuff. I can go around detecting blood traces too. Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height? Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall, new and improved growth formula? Oh, bro. This can't detect any blood traces? Oh, well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol. That lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Damn, he got played. Show me that knife, it all came back to me. What was it? We've already talked about this. That's right. Trace it back to the store. Fingerprints on it, but don't actually witness him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. Take a good look at the knife. See, it's broken. Doesn't have to take a good look to notice that. Neil Marshall was carrying it inside his own body. Yep. Deep inside the stab wound. They matched Art's knife. You bet down to the last fiber. Let me show him the ID card, I guess. Only scared because you kept dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I forget my security number a lot. Myself scared too. How Mr. Edge's car stabbed Mr. Edge's knife on? What drive chief prosecutor's got to do such a thing? Ugh, we're just going loop. It's got to be a new piece of evidence we have. Oh, lost item report, huh? Well, I am a master of misplacing things, you know? Master, that's such a cool ring to it. But I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Yeah, okay. Maybe you need to find a new piece. somewhere, or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. But that it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant. Where could I have seen that before? In his office. Was your locker with the blood on it? Shh. If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? Yeah, we've already done this. Well, you did get a piece of evidence involving the case. I got this, and I got the autopsy. That's about it. Fingerprint set. The powers used for detecting fingerprints? Yeah, Mr. Edward came to us. He did what? All I have is some flour. You okay, detective? Quick run. Ah, chew! Fuck. He did not give me the knife piece, no. Did any help? One time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint. Why am I not comforted? You just sneeze all over the place. Bro, why not? Yeah, he didn't give it to us. Trail of ice. Nope, 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 nope. Now we can't fight Mother. It's true. Look, it's all written here. The game probably wants me to read more into that shit, dude. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. We already did. I think you're right. I think we just have to go... Maybe we'll go talk to the prosecutor. There he is. Looks like he's writing something. But what are you doing here? Does he say something about the tip of the knife? It says it was missing. But he said he found it in the victim, so I don't know. Just quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? Had to live the past 2 years with the rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. It's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. That bond is broken. We stand to lose everything. Police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains that same no matter what excuse I might have. Mr. Edgeworth. I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Poor Edgeworth. Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Yeah, this shit sucks. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Oof. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. This is the same piece of paper the chief was reading. What do you mean? List of evidence seems too short. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as the most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? Never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. Finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This, yeah, the screwdriver. Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right? What do you think about this photo, huh? Picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes, the trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. A little bit different than yours, is it? Yes, you're right. Missing the sword. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor's trophy it looked like until 2 years ago. It changed! There's a story behind its design. A story. Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. What? The award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. First means halberd. Second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Yeah, everyone knows that story, but, you know, he's gonna tell it for you guys. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. First was a halberd. He claimed could slice through any shield or armor. Second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Object! Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. The king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. Thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see, so the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Ah. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you the only one given a shield? Why were you only given a shield? I have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. The prosecutor's trophy. Updated the court record. Why? You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere, like on a shelf. There's no meaning for me anymore? What do you mean anymore? That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell on the past? He's asking me? Wow, why can't you just accept it so graciously? Actually, something's been troubling me about this shield. Do you notice anything different? Different? Remember the other shield in the court record? It's better present this other shield. And what other shield in the court record? Oh, we already did. Okay. Is Miss Star here? Excuse me? Thank God we can talk to you. Either do you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. Certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? She's just giving us straight beef. Kinda like the first person who sucked the cow's nipple to discover milk. Still never thought you'd go digging up the case from 2 years ago. Everyone in the trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence for the case was due for transferal. This can't be all contributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? Yeah, I know. Instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. It's true. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Star's hatred towards Lana. All dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's the name I'll soon not forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. And because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her, Lana Sky, my sister, the best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant, yup. Legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. You don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened, yeah. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn? That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Tim Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana's second command. They were the best. Solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Tim Gant's magnetism, in particular, was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence! He was constantly forging shit. You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. Take it she's talking about forged evidence, yeah. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why does she have to turn so cold after that? Yeah. What do you mean by being used? Lana transferred to the prosecutor office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right, having solved the SL9 case, the position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. Damn! So he was controlling Lana the entire time. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? He could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. I guess so, man. Oh, you're back! You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Man, my man's doing that paperwork, bro. This was his tutorial list. Yeah, makes sense. No! This shit was the texture of elephant ass skin. Brewing coffee, copying files, turning into a regular DJ. Yep. You're a DJ as well. If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ! I admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. Not letting you in the chief's office, period. Do my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene. The SL9 is in. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. What about... Let's just ask him about it then. Nope, I still gotta show him something. The updated statue? Maybe, yeah. There's this dragon. Yeah, that's it, a dragon. He had the thing for shields, see? Not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. When it gets kind of gory after that, I'll spare you the details. He didn't really help me. Now, I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was? When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. All the piece of paper under Edgeworth's desk. Oh, you mean we need to go back and examine it? You're probably right. Oh, that's right. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. That Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. She didn't even look. What? Letter... If you're having trouble reading it, I'll read it for you. Letter of resignation! It says letter of resignation. Resignation, Edgeworth, you don't mean. I'm tired, right? Feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me. The path I've walked just hasn't been a just one. Can't forgive myself for what I've done, and no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. That's right, please, you have to do something. Letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. There we go. Alright, well, thanks for the paper. Bye. Bye, my guy. Good luck with the resignation. I rolled a 1, bro. He absolutely rolled a 1. That's what I love about D&D, dude. And Baldur's Gate. Oh, Baldur's Gate is so freaking good, man. I need to play through it. We need to play through it. We're gonna do a playthrough one of these days for Baldur's Gate 3. It is just such a good game, bro. That is like close to game of the decade so far, bro. Crazy how good that game is. What's this crumbled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he never not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out. They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me, it's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective, thank you. Good guy, Gumshoe. Need something in third row, just go one back. But like, I like viewing my other evidence. He knows he's fucked. What do you think about this? He's like, I'm not gonna talk about it. Just gonna be... Here goes Mr. Right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're in. There's even a safe right there. We're in. If anyone finds us now, take the Gumshoe's daughter. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Oh, he came too. Ah! Did you slap him again? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaky, I was just worried something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Yes, that's true. Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Oh. They don't do that to my card? My bad. I never get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really don't want to get fired. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I got a bad feeling about this. First of all, I immediately want to spray. Spray all over the place. This area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? Must be when Mr. Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So murder really did take place here. On his desk, it sure is tidy. One has always been a meticulous cleaner. Not even any dust on it, so it looks like someone's keeping it clean. Want to ever come back here? No, Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Let's keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime? Stayed on the day 2 years ago. Joe Biljard ran out of questioning room and tried to kill Emma. For receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. There went along with Chief Gant to question Drake. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? This is safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered on this panel to open it. User fingerprint scanner. 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. Oh, let's input 777. You know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Oh, God. We really just snooping now, bro. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 77777, the final ID card number on that record. Which links the chief! What, the number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day? You mean 7777777, that ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This could only mean one thing, that Chief Gant's ID number? Yep. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yeah, I want to look inside. We'll find probably the last piece of the vase there. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. Something looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too? What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. It's a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. Think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from the cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. Girl, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to discrepancy to get them. Are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective. Right here. Hey, look! They're hard to make out, but there are some dark red stains here. Looks like blood. Do you think the detective could have been blood somehow got on this from a stab? Not likely. Looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. Oh. Put the pieces together. Hey, Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? Remember when the three of us put that back together? Oh, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right, one of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Does this ring any bells, you know, that fragment we just found? I mean this one? That was in the safe? Just that one, that was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. There you go. Let's see if it fits. Assemble the fragments. Hey, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can put this piece together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Bam. There it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of evidence, this jar in his safe. It's evidence, same thing. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. Hey, what? The reddish line. That's blood. We know it's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar. Updated the court record. Evidence from the SL9 is the final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces. And what was the other thing I needed to get? The handprint? Something like that. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. First started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What, why are you looking at me like that? It won't let me dust it. It's not even in my evidence. I have to talk to him about it. I can try and like... Great idea. Alright, go to town, sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your head like that? Go ahead. Take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. You're talking about the cloth we found in the safe? Yeah, give us that. Oh! I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Hey, Mr. Wright. Let's check the fingerprints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. Maybe my mom, I know to be told this a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Let's get some fingerprints. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? It doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Let's try that one. That one looks like the best print. Yep. That Emma? Why is that your finger? How could this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints are they? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst, hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma from now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Why are her prints on it? Right line out of his ass. I think that's everything, man. That's on the other side of your room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir, that's entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. Strange reason to leave it there. Leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. So 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? That's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. Nah, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around here more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? Someone tells you don't worry about it. It's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Man, he's acting like a lady now, bruh. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. You like flour? Inside Chief Gant's desk, speaking of that, when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two! He put a paper he was reading in his desk. Wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident. Wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. This evidence seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. Yep. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. Would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. I think we got everything we needed. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we managed to be able to get some hard evidence. That's not very kind, is it? Oh, fuck. In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Oh, fuck. Eek! Chief Gant! We didn't think he'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. So then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir, sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it here. But, sir! Now get out! Yes, sir. Damn. Well, I'll be on our way too then. Wait, you the one with the spike? You the one without the spiky hair? Don't go yet? Me, sir? Like a word with you? But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. But Mr. Wright! Uh-oh. Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? Well, you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. I'd have seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why she kept eerily silent about it all this time. Anyway, you listen to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. Dick will crash at the office. Yeah, he can come hang out. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told y'all again. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. So that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Ooh. Seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Yes! Finally! Why have you been quiet for 4 days? To admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Take that! Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Please tell me a bit more about what you think you know. Your partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edward didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was... you, me, yep, I had it crossed. I'd actually because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, but also one other, Damon Gant. Yep. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. That he falsified evidence. Yeah. Found this in the safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. You know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. Says you surmise I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. The murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. Oh, fuck, dude. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. That's all we need! We win the case right there! Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman, correct? Try to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. Give me 1 second, please. Now we're good. Trunk's lock was broken. Discover that murder. And I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. A knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. Couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Oh, fuck. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. That is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. His star, huh? See the fucking handle for the blade? Why do you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? Took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. Pick up Bruce's body. So you hid Dark's knife. That's not the one. We don't even have it. Weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister. Tell her what had happened and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I don't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them one day. Bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, first thing I did was make a phone call. Phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? Lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. At least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seemed that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hand? He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He'd already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? Damn. That's all I can tell you. Milana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now, please don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Try to get to the bottom of everything. Yeah, this was the knife. This was the used in the SL case. What went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? Yeah, we gotta figure it all out, man. Day 4! An unprecedented day 4, huh? Some of these cases become so free. Free, bruh. Free. Is the defendant's lobby alright, but there's no defendant? I'm trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of 7777 ID number is, that is? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. That number does belong to whom you suspect, and no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. It's the first time she's ever done something like this. Anna's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid! Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. 5 minutes, monkey. Same energy. It depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. We're gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her. It's now. Okay. Where's down session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky? Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. For that, police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Just teleporting into the courtroom. Good morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Udgy. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't you think I can top that? If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is your proposal, this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. No! Object! 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 Shut your mouth! What's this all about, defendant? I'd like to just make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. In the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! Shut the fuck up! Objection! Object! You can't. Your Honor, the defense claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. It appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. Here's the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. Edward! Edward, my boy! Prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, Jesus, dude. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edwards, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Farewell, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Jesus, dude. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. It's like Edgeworthy has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. Try my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Miss Edward, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. And is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Okay then. You gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. She wasn't able to do it before. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Okay. 2 years ago! I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. I'll never forget what I saw in that instance. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. It's understandable, however. Please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You have to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. He's hoping I'm going to do it. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Yep. Fuck! Come on, Pickle. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. She's asked about it. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was the second in command under the deputy chief of police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. Yeah, we're on day 4. Even though trials are only supposed to be 3 days in this universe, this world, this trial is so bonkers it went to day 4. That's right. I always sit at my sister's desk. Dream about playing that organ. Want to play it that day too. Police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. On a promise to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yeah, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Chief Gant's office. Or Gant's office. There's a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. Are you permanently removing Hydrate? It should still be there. Is it gone still? As long as you are still here, I can bring it back. Just don't spam it. Let me change the timer. Put it back to 15 minutes. Thank you for the posture check, stretch, and redeem. I'm gonna go use the restroom then real quick. After this sentence. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutor Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. Soon that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead. That's when the Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't remember clearly what happened then, but never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out. The lights, it was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on. The lightning struck nearby. The electricity went out. Wait a minute. It was pitch dark in that room. Shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then the lightning flashed outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind. Let's see, I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yeah, Detective Goodman, he was in charge. Why are we just now finding out she told Detective... Oh, bruh. I hate this. I hate this. I get she's traumatized, but this is, like, important information. I'll be right back real quick. Alright, back. Grab some water. Feel good. Yes, Detective Goodman, he was in charge of the case. Let's hear more. I spoke to Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. You told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Picture, yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? No, about the picture. This picture the witness drew. It has a very important meaning. List of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? We're trying to figure out what this scene looks like. Wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. Let's go over the case after the prosecutor Marshall died, and I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it. I swear I'm not just imagining it. Picture that Emma drew that reminds me. Guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us? We don't have the picture. The man. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. But he got stabbed in the back. He died with a stab in the back. Stabbed in the back. Died from a punctured heart and lung. Ooh. I think I'm gonna have to object to this. I'm gonna have to be like, you're lying! That must have been a real shock. Even now when I close my eyes, I still see it just barely to us. What are you doing at that moment? Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as she can. I'm sorry. That should work! She said he was... You've been lost. Fine. We'll present the evidence list. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that the prosecutor for that case... all I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list of the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What is this? Oh, I didn't even notice there was two sides to the evidence thing. I probably should have checked that out a while ago. That was a pretty big piece of information I just didn't check, huh? Yes. How am I supposed to know, alright? Rotate this. Pictures drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I got a very bad feeling about this. Yeah, I knew about this. This is why we check everything, yep. Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Well, the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? Here, Mr. Edgeworth. That the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they're torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Not that bad of a drawer. She's pretty skilled. Order? But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor? Wait a minute. This list was torn in half, and that means... Your Honor, what does that mean? You alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head? The evidence list was torn in half. And there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list? This is quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. Possible. Let's see. What does he have on there, huh? You'd have to ask. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing! Hey! It's our boy! That's that thing! Thing was dancing in the evidence room? Or this an act of vandalism? Is the work of a certain chief of detectives? Guess he was out of scrap paper. So it's just someone fucking graffitiing on it. Very well, witness. Let's take a look at this evidence that was in the full thing now. Okay, I get it. So Let me look at the evidence, please. Okay, will not let me look at the evidence anymore. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's picture. Here's the picture I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. Since we now begin this cross-examination. What if she written something on there and then like someone went over it later with like black Sharpie or something? It's the picture I drew 2 years ago. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. First, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodwin was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Will Sky. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness? Can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. That's exactly what I saw in that instance. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is exactly what I saw. I wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detective. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. How does she know who it was? She doesn't, that's the thing. Better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... She claims that this is exactly the scene that was imprinted on her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Then why is she a witness? You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. Flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. You really need to torture this girl any further? My bad. He's right. Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. Well, it's not like a knife. It doesn't look like he's holding a knife. You didn't even know it was Miss Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. Lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. What if we present the vase and say, nah, it was the vase, not a knife? Let's save real quick. Alright, let's present the drawing and be like, nah, you're wrong. That's not it. That's not it. Saw it either. It's clearly a contradiction here. This is the same case from the 24-hour stream. It is. It's a picture I drew 2 years ago. Flashlight was. Maybe present the knife there? Yeah. We can present the knife. No. We need to find a contradiction. So it's exactly what I saw in that instant. That's what she believes she said that. That's not contradicting. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. It's not though, because someone added on to it maybe. Because he's new. He's not, like... We need to be like, no, you didn't draw this 2 years ago. Fuck, dude. Fuck, man. Picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. This is maybe where I say, hey, but he died from a stab in the back, maybe. There we go. I wanted to use this earlier, the game said no. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew, because he would have been stabbed in the chest, but he died in the back. That's what I brought up like an hour ago. It's a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy? Well, the chest, first of all, I guess, right? Take that! I think it's this part here. I don't see what's so strange about this because the drawing stinks. Mr. Wright, how could you? I'm sorry. The fact of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. Yeah, my bad. My bad! The knife! Take that! Contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look close, you can see its tip is broken. In case it placed in America, all this wouldn't happen. Nope. You know, I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken, too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Objection! And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once. And the murder weapon should not yet be broken. True! Japan, probably. What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? It means the death report was false. If the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body, the only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying, right? Is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. Can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! It's true. The original Game Boy Advance took place in Japan. Order. Mobilization takes place in the U.S. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. Man really was holding up a broken knife. That's true, but there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. It must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Emma's mistaken. Broken knives don't just grow on trees. It's the vase. It was a broken vase. Maybe he got stabbed with. No, there's no way there was another one. I was right, Your Honor. I believe the witness must be mistaken. I knew it. You really don't believe me? Flash of lightning burned an unforgettable image in her mind. One that's been torturing her ever since. So Emma could be mistaken. The witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then... Okay. Do you have some information about this other broken knife? So please feel free to enlighten us. Her weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. So look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. It's the vase. If anything's broken here, it's you? Wait, what? Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. Hangs in the belt. I'm sorry, dude. It's not the trophy, and now we are 2 mistakes away. The real murder weapon. It's all we have. Take that! No! Already broken prior to... Here's the real murder weapon. The glove? Oh, maybe we use this, the picture. Naturalized in the past, 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this picture. You were right, Wes. I just... I think the game should give it to me when I pick the statue. But because I didn't pick the picture of the statue, it didn't count. Picture of the awards ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. The game is too, like, kind of anal about, like, you getting your facts right. It's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife is in the drawing. It was not Joe Dark's knife, that being the case. Knife the witness saw was, in all likelihood, from this award. So there was a sword attached to it, because there's this whole story about contradictions. That's why the sword was there. The murder happened, the sword disappeared, and the statue changed. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. His broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. That can't be! Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutor Award knife was the murder weapon, the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? There's a third person. After she blacked out, someone came in. Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth? What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it! This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. This wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. It's our boy again. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. Is this like a fucking lantern falling or something? I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we address this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away that man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. What the fuck? So she might have knocked away the guy like killing the murderer. So the detective was about to stab the fuck out of Dark, probably because he didn't want him to get away. I'll fucking kill you! And then Emma pushed him out of the way, or something. Certainly most unusual. Try impossible! The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yep, that's what I said a while ago. Yes, well, the defense... Something may now begin its cross-examination. Stop, please don't pursue this any further. Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. Damn, she looks like tripped out. She can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! Defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Shut your ass up, lady. Yeah. I don't care if she goes to jail. She should go to jail. Like, fucking around with the corpse. She's part of the crime. Saw that man raise his knife. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. Power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office report. So then you... I panic and rush towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? Who was about to stab Mr. Marshall? He seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. Alright, my bad. As we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Yeah, she went and pushed over the Marshall, dude. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was I gotta help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it was all kind of a blur. This guy was almost killed before she's witness to a murder about to take place. So much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. Yep. Saw that man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl, so then what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. That was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. That would sound strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. This nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh brother, just when you thought this thing had caused enough commotion? Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He was in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. What? His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face, its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? So, by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? What was it that I checked profiles? Who has 3 horns? Not really him. Was it Jake Marshall? 1, 2, 3? Who made the badger? She's certain she saw its shadow. And who was the chief of police 2 years ago? I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a defense belief that on this fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked like similar to the blue badger. And that's now sitting in this very room. Wait, something? Mr. Wright! In this room, very well, Mr. Wright. What is it? The witness saw in this instance? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. So it had 3 things like that. What about the trophy? No. He didn't have 3 horns though, dude. Fuck it, we'll try the vase. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. That? Or what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. It doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change your point of view? Our viewpoint? There you go, same thing. Gotta show them the correct angle to look at this from. Like this. Like that? Is that the correct viewpoint? Gotta be like this, dude. This is right. I've got to make it look more like the blue badges. Remember, the defense in this case hinges on the witness's drawing. Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew. We can't accept his claim. Gotta find just the right angle. We should rotate it vertically a bit more, horizontally. Let me look at the drawing again. So, like that. Okay. Mr. Wright, you can do it. I've got to show them correct angle. Fuck, dude. Make the opening the third horn. Okay. Oops. Sorry, dude. I keep pressing the other thing to, like, rotate it, but I'm pressing present instead. Like this? One, two, three. Make the flared part the third horn. Okay. Because I see that broken, so I think we do the broken one, but... Oops. So again, I press Q instead of E. M. Make the flared part the third horn. This fucking theme sucks ass. What do you mean the flared part? I'm trying to do it like this. Skinny part at the top. Like this? Turn it down slightly. Now move it towards the camera slightly, the thin part. This part? I've tried this. They told me this didn't work. I'll do it again. I've done it from both top down and bottom. If they want it like this, then it'd be like this. And that doesn't work either. Hey, Dad, but push it more. Let me push it more, like... Yes! Oh, also, it's super fucking complicated to control this stupid shit. That's not gonna work. I keep placing my hand on E instead of R. The correct angle that looks like that. Yeah, so this part is like the top. Put the two horns near the top. Base down slightly. This. Base down, tilted slightly down. This is much more base facing the camera. Two horns to the top. This looks like this should work. Tilt down more. I think that'll work. That should work. That looks close, dude. How is that not right? Not tilted enough? Are you kidding me? Like this you guys are talking about? Why does it work? Down more. That should work. The other one should have worked. If this is it, the other one should have worked. And it's like, do I need to rotate the broken one to be over there? I think it has to be backwards. I think you should just rotate it right. Or... No. Yeah, looking too big, I would think. I can't rotate it back. I can H, B, M, N, Q, right. I can't zoom in and out on this. Here you go, this is it.
Take that! Objection!
Correct angle to look at this. The correct angle should be something like this, dude. And I've done it a couple times already. This is starting to annoy me. Remember, she was on the floor, too, so it's like... He's like, yeah, these looked the best when they were like this.
Take that!
Oops, that's not it.
Objection!
Again, I keep pressing E instead of R. Big part facing the camera. That does not help. The two horns up. Big part facing the camera. The two horns up.
Take that! Objection!
If this is it, I'm pissed. I did this at the start.
Take that! Objection!
I thought like this would work, but the game told me no, this isn't it.
Take that! Objection!
That would tilt down slightly. Two horns up, but tilt down slightly.
Take that! Objection!
You know how tall the middle horn is for the badger compared to the side horns? Yeah. I just don't like how they're being so, like... I'm going like this. This is the proper way it looks like.
Take that!
Finally, dude. You guys were giving me, like, shit at the base the other way and stuff like that, dude. There you fucking go. I told you. You were telling me shit the other way, too, though. Put the two horns near the top. Base down, tilt it slightly down. The skinny part at the top. Make the opening the third horn. Make the flare part the third horn. Told you that's what I was saying? I tried something like this. There you fucking go. White part down, two horns up, tilted down. I don't know, bro. I tried this. Possibly deny the jar's resemblance to the blue badger. They just wanted to be so particular. We knew what it was, dude. No. It can't be? You did it, but backwards. It should have worked the same way. Vince has proven his claim. Mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed, very well then. Please tell us, what's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The murder weapon. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? Location of the jar is shown in a picture taken of the day of the crime. On the shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
Objection!
The body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Objection!
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Objection!
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? Nope. Finally figured it out, so this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Did Emma kill someone? Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. The man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword, so it was his suit of armor that got someone killed. Yes. Since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Oh, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes? There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? Events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, Emma's the reason he died. Damn. No crying film? You mean you killed him? You killed... Yep. So Marshall died because of me? Yeah. Yep. No! Yep. 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 She passed out. Well, shit. How are the lawyers solving the mystery? That's the detective jobs? Because the detective in this case are fucking, corrupt as fuck. The chief of police is corrupt right now. That's what we're figuring out. Never imagine her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. But how did the unconscious guy get killed? Objection? What? What are you saying? Sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Jill Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Ooh, she's biting her fingernails and everything. Imagine that coming from you, you fucking liar. Yeah, and he's like, you over here just trying to fuck me over with this murder. So they're corrupt dumbasses, no in between. The lawyer wouldn't find out who did it anyways. Do you recall it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago? The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me? This game you don't need logic until you do. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. We don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. It's true. It's true. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. I mean, there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible? Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left for you. Let me quick little save. I've spent 20 hours playing and reading through this game already. It's crazy. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Try to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. Is it in the evidence? Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeff Bates, Will Marshall, Trout, Head Prosecutor Melbourne, and this. Is it the cloth? It doesn't have the murderer's name on it. Real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. It's like, what did he leave behind that has the victim's name? Okay, but like, you didn't check it? Victim may have left behind. What would he have left it behind? Knife tip was in the room. Blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon died. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. What if we just throw out the, like... What if there's the blue badger? I'm just gonna throw out the evidence incident files. I don't think it exists, man. Dead person can tell the murderer's name. Say this is as far as we can go with this, Mr. Wright. You disappoint me. I never thought you could be the type to let feelings cloud your judgment. My feelings? If we overlook the victim's message, one, he would have written with literally his last breath, and everything will be lost in darkness. Oh shit. So the thing really is the clue I'm looking for. This is it. I can't afford any more mistakes. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? Don't be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Oh, fuck. Was it the knife? Maybe?
Take that!
This is the message from the deceased? Right, now then. This is the message from the judge. Oh, fuck. Right. How about this? Oh, fuck. How back am I? How far back am I? Fuck, dude. Who is this blue badger, really? I forgot to say it. You're right. We'll get it. We'll get it. You know what to do.
Take that!
Dum dum. I'm gonna do this shit again.
Take that!
Oh my god. See, this is why I didn't get it the first time. They want you to be so accurate, bro. That was it though. I told you I did it the first time. I was like, okay, maybe not.
Take that! Objection!
Oh, this game does it a lot, where it'll give you like you'll basically have the answer, but the game will be like, no.
Take that! Objection!
It was slightly tilted. Okay.
Take that! Objection!
How's this a game for children? It's not a game for children. It's about murder, liars. I mean, it's technically like, I don't know.
Take that!
Oh my god, dude.
Take that! Objection!
I keep trying to hit R, dude. Back on this shit, dude. I'm saving right away. As soon as we get through this again. Those are right. Please, that looks right.
Take that!
Thank God. Get me the fuck out of here.
Objection! Objection!
That's when they objected back and forth. Changes everything. Changes the murder weapon. Yep.
Objection! Objection!
This is when we find out he was stabbed by the thing. When we found out that she pushed him and he died. Yep. What would he have left behind? How did he leave behind a name? Yep. Yep, 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 yeah, imagine that coming from you. That was such a good burn, dude. Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed? Maybe it's the trophy again. Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, sir, it proves. Difficult to prove evidence. One possibility, dude. Possibility that a victim has left us a message. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? What can this evidence be? Maybe it's the drawing. Just say it one more time, because this is like right before he like throws it up. It's a piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. It was the blue badger, clearly! Stop saving so much? Here, I got you.
Take that!
Message for the deceased. Pickle, I'm gonna keep saving, alright? If you don't like it, then you go redeem a hydrate. She wanted to be found guilty, bro. Deadass. Posture check to stretch. Okay. Like, if I'm saving, let me save, bro. I'm not trying to go back to the start. I've been pretty good about saving, too, so I'm gonna keep saving. What if this was his message? SL9. Fucking judge, dude. Let me drink my water. Stretch real quick. Should be eating dinner soon.
Take that!
Fucking shit. Maybe we take his fingerprints.
Take that!
He did not seem interested. Why take a photo? Why don't you use the photo, man? Oh! Why did the prints have been wiped from Marshall's things? Maybe?
Take that!
Fuck! Choosing process of elimination. Pretty much. I'm trying to think about what would be like the thing he left behind. I've tried the logs. It's not the security video from something else. It's not this. A message from the deceased. I don't know why it would be the jar. We could try the jar. It's that blue badger from before, right? I straight up used the blue badger logo earlier, and they said, right, here comes a point. Like, whatever. Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? I said blue badger. If that thing could, I'm sure it would. It's like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. Message was left there, on the surface of this jar. Okay, it was the blood on it. There you go. If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. Damn! He drew the killer's name on a vase while he was bleeding out. Someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright, what kind of message should the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstance. His murderer's name. Doesn't really look like any kind of name I've ever seen before. EA. What is his name? Let's just look for the names we have really quick. Gant. You think Gant will be spelled out? G-A-N-T? Maybe? We need to make... Playing Connect the Dot isn't gonna work. It's just not gonna work. I think I can't read this message. I feel like I'm teaching handwriting to a student who's all thumbs. My bad. Did I save on this part? Oh god, how far back am I?
Take that!
What if he's typing in Lana? What if that's what the name is? Oh, fuck. These dots were once lines. All you do is connect the points, sure. No! Doesn't really look right.
Take that!
He's not happy. You almost already did it the first time? Is it really Gant? What do I do with G? How are you not seeing it? Emma? I don't see it, bro. Yes, I'm sorry, man. Is that Emma? Really did it and kept drawing lines, dum-dum. Expect the dots start from left to right.
Take that!
Oops. I fell. Reina, take a look at the new emote, Reina. How you doing though, Reina? I can't connect this. Alright. So you're like There you go. Gasp! There it is, dude.
Take that!
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. You had it the first time, but then you fucked it up. You're right, I just kept going. Miku, yeah, look at it. Look at it. Isn't it great? Didn't Strudel do a good job? Miku Dead is great. It's a beautiful emote. Do we not have our emote box? Where did our emote box go? One sec. We'll go here real quick. I don't know where the emo box went. Alright. Let me stretch this to screen. Alright, spam the new emotes again, Raina. Let's see it again. Let's see it again, dude. It should work this time. Hey, look at it. Look at it. Look at how beautiful it is. He's perfect. It's perfect. There you go. Miku! Yeah! I'm in love. Look at all of it. It's beautiful. We're gonna turn this off during the trial. Here, John Cena's in Overwatch. I don't give a shit about Overwatch, dude. After coming off of a game like Baldur's Gate 3, I don't care at all about Overwatch. Overwatch is such a dog shit game. I'd rather go and start Destiny 2 than care about Overwatch at this point. I'm still gonna talk about the update, but like, they're doing everything they can to stay above water. They're doing all this marketing, hiring streamers like Shroud and other people to fucking advertise this fucking game, but like, I don't care at all about Overwatch. Best emote. And it's because of you, Reina. Thank you so much for all the support. I know it doesn't really quite make up for everything, but I figured you deserved it. Unfortunately, I gotta go to sleep. Take care of yourself, Reina. It's nice to talk, and I'm glad you got to see the emote today. He's Ted Miku. Thank you. No, thank you, Reina. Thank you for all the support. We love you. It was great. It's nice to finally get that one done. I still owe you guys the gold night emote, but we'll get there when we'll get there eventually. All right, let me turn off the emote wall and let me go see about dinner really quick. But yeah, we're about to about to drop the bombshell on Emma. All right, 1 second. And we will tell Flower that you love her, Mister. All right, be right back myself. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's throw Emma under the bus. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky. Damn, bro, we be dropping bombshells. Made your sister a murderer. She worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. This fucker, dude. Chief Gant. Let me take a bite of my food real quick. You understand the implications of what you've just done. Well, what are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Ah! Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Objection!
Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Did you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're defenders of the law. Merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Oof. Oof. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? Damn, bro. They might have sent an innocent man to his death? How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, order, order! Gavels pounding fell on deaf ears. Are we about to go to another day in the trial? Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where the trial is headed, no one knows. Damn! We're finishing this case tonight. We are. I'm done with this case. This is crazy. We have 2 more games to play through for Ace Attorney, and then, like, side games. I fucking love how much games we have to go through. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. I love this guy. Then after like a week or 2, you start Justice for All. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. He has the worst timing. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Hello, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty? Top it off, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Thinking Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this if there were a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this the other day. It's gotta be like, what was it? Let's remember. It has to be from someone who is like legally able to put it in or something like that, right? It has to be evidence from a qualified individual in the police. And then the other thing was, what was it? What was the other one? I can't remember the second one. Without the approval of the police department, yeah. And what was the second one? Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. And I guess you'll have to give this book a read through. Evidence law securely slipped into the pocket. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay. Well, Seth Dallas, Chief Prosecutor sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Edgeworth is always getting caught. The game I know the least about of the OG trilogy. Game you know the least about. That'll be fun to go through then. Or we'll now reconvene for the trial of Mr. Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth, sorry, I'm trying to like eat while playing this, and since it's a dialogue game, like, kind of have to scarf it down. Yes, Your Honor? The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Jeez. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, yes, well, let me take a bite of my food again. Normally this is where the prosecution calls forth the witness, but this isn't easy to say. Seems there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. Look, I may have manipulated the witness. I didn't say that. Just you see, everyone's been talking and... Farewell, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, I'm sorry, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Yeah? Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You realize this is your last chance. Call the wrong witness. Trial's as good as over. Let me save real quick. The defense calls. Time has finally come to bring out the real murderer. I call Goodman to the stand.
Take that! Objection!
It appears I've overestimated you, Mr. Wright. Huh? For a moment, I actually thought you knew what you were doing. Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? Huh?
Take that!
Take that! Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Oh, yeah. Damon Gant, what does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime, so we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, escort Mr. Gant into the stand. Witness, state your name and occupation. Ooh, is this some kind of practical joke? I'm just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Damn. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. Damn, bro. So you want to play hardball, eh? But please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for? Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this? Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. Ooh. You're aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. What the fuck? The chief of police just doesn't have to testify? Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Bullshit! Just remember, this turns out to be a big waste of time. Don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. We will save as soon as he starts. Pearl, Neil and I were questioning him that day. We'll save. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went into my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. You can see I had nothing to do with the forgery? Is that when Dark was arrested? I'm gonna open up another thing real quick. Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma hit Neil flying, seems Dark bumped his head. See, everything seems pretty clear cut. Police chief has the right to refuse to testify. I better hit him hard and fast. We'll save here. We'll save here. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. Probably what spooked Drake and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. Well, you should. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. Long story short, we slipped up the power outage didn't help either. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. Jesus, dude. That's not funny. That's terrible. Went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor and tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How could you know that? Because the victim's body had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, you can see I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Hold it!
So you're saying forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office. Exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. Removing a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better not stare at the court record. True. Worthy, always a smooth talker. Which piece of evidence proves he did the forgery? It was the paper with her fingerprints. Let me double save real quick. Let me save one more time.
Objection!
Since we already threw her under the bus, we might as well take it to the next level. Take a bite of my chicken real quick. Really had nothing to do with the forgery. Now to explain this. Ooh. What's that? What's that on his handprint? Or what's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please. Let's hear it. Uh-oh. Is he gonna say, like, this was stolen illegally? I don't know. You tell me, son. Fuck. Sorry, I'm not trying to eat without my food going cold. My dear Rido. Don't you know the second rule of evidence law? It has to be relevant to the case, and it's currently not relevant to this case. It's relevant to that one. Uh-oh, not this again. Evidence law. Yep, that's the one he's going for. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial? Here's the defense was not prepared. It's too early to use this piece of evidence. You mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay, I'll do that just this once, but only because you asked, Ajit. Thank you, I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Haha. Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. Oof. Alright, well, we'll present the case then.
Objection!
I didn't mean nothing to do with the forgery. I'm afraid that a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. It's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant. These articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. True! Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? We got his ass. We proved him. Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it, then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Oh, you do mean me. You? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Nope, you're the one who stuck in my office when you found this evidence. True. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know? Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Rido?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. In light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Do these days no longer know how to put two and two together? See, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Damn, is that really what he's saying? No, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. Damn. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, OG. In return, though, one of them is legit, the evidence list that was ripped in half. Yeah. I know, that place, right? What are these guys, telepathic? I hate this guy so much. I can't wait to start seeing him squirm. Crazy if you stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? How do you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch in Tibbs. Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry the evidence, can you? One of them is legit, the evidence list that was ripped in half, yeah. If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. I'd always have those thick-ass eyebrows. Later, what are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rido's prints are found? Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was legal. Uh-oh. Or I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. Concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery. I'm not through speaking yet, Rhino. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. That's not true! Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not, after all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, wouldn't that be convenient, right? Chief is talking about a possibility so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Rido. Think about it. No reason I'd participate in a forgery. Why do you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent? Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? Not sure I care for the word murderer here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Maybe the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh! The resolution of the SL9 is to secure your promotion to Chief. That in itself is a sufficient motive. Ho, 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 oh! That's a good one. Huh? You really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyways. Ah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motive for you to commit the forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Something. What the fuck did he say? Udgy, you wouldn't change my mind, would you, or something? Or now it's out in the open, by all means, please do. I want to be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Okay, so he added that.
Hold it!
Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You don't be lax enough on yourself, though. That's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Would his selfishness would have helped someone out? Yeah, I think he would have helped out his comrade. Sure, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Because she became the chief prosecutor, and he owed her. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Lana!
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? As for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. Her reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He'd be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Come on, Judge. Come on, man. I'm gonna take a bite of my food because of that. Oh, wait! Oh, there you go. He's kind of slow. He's a little slow. Who plays with puppets? Yeah, someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. There you go. Admitted, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence? In order to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you can control her? Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? Just keep him quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. But without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless there's also what happened in this incident. This incident, or which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about. Murder Detective Bruce Goodman. Let me dip my thing in my thing real quick. I want to take another bite. Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. True! True, it's true, dude. Or that you better watch your tongue? Jesus. I don't want you to get hurt. What do you mean? What do you mean, Your Honor? That Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Did I just accuse the Chief Police of being I said order! That's right, you can't be serious? Huh? Trying to open up my ketchup packet, dude. There we go, I got that shit open, bro. Get my Frenchy fries in it. This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. Yeah, I know, dude, I'm sorry. Accuse the chief police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in an easier to understand language. True. Shift the blame onto Edgeworth. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? Chief high-ranking officer of the law is involved in this murder. Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. It's about to have me show some shit that proves he's a criminal. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. What would tie Gant to the murder of Goodman? Well, the switchblade knife.
Take that!
Well, Chief? Oh, he's right over here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too, Udgy? This shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you. You always were quite the joker, weren't you? Oops, looks like I got it wrong. Don't oops me, maybe this boot to the head will knock some sense into you? Think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. Now that he mentions it, we did find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves Gant entered the room. Looks like he wants another one of your boots, Udgy. Oh! The fucking... okay, I know.
Take that!
It's the ID card list. Yes, the one shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list. We couldn't determine the owner of it yesterday. 77777. Sorry, there's no way that you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code? 7 digits? You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. Same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of that crime. There we go, there we go. There he's finally shaking, bro. Fuck this guy. Order, order? Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he? I hadn't seen him in days.
Objection!
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. Because it's protocol to go over it on transferal. Trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime. But we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? Ooh. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Well, can't we just use that again? Oh! Goodman's lost item report. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. To be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. But Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. And you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How would I know, you ask? Because you need to enter the evidence room that day. Boom! He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait! Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. Could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Ooh, it's true, it's true. Oh, did he like tear his shirt? What happened there? She can't, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. No one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit the murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright? The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? At the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office? I don't think so. Chief Gant, we left all the evidence we need. Prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. What did I think was a useless clue taking up space? How did the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Is that to move the Detective Goodman's body? Parking ticket. Oh, this was. You mean. Body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. Body was moved by that car. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know. I didn't plan on returning to my office. The ceremony's finished that day. You didn't return? Tell me why. Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. Told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In case on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. There's a distraction, so the body could be moved. You see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edwards to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation: to transport the body of your accomplice. Miss Lana Sky. Posture check, stretch, hydrate. Okay. Dry ass lips. They're a little dry, but I've been using Carmex lately. I've been chilling. Oh, I'm gonna take a second. Don't go licking them now. Oh, by the way, after the 24-hour stream, my lips were so fucking dry from all the water Pickle was making me fucking drink. Alright. Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Ms. Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It's exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up. Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? Police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. You're just going to run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman? That's what you're saying, right? If you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. You had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Say it again, Mr. Wright. David Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, fuck, I don't know what I have to throw at him. Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made this guy dispose of his body. I don't think I have proof! Can't just let him squirm his way out of this. Gotta keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Please hurry it up. Just remember, better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of the doubt. I don't have that, really. Die within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Doesn't that link up time-wise? $5:15 was when it took place. An hour and a half earlier. So it's like 5 minutes before. Die within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. So I would say, like, let's just use the autopsy report, right?
Take that!
So whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt, let you be the judge, but I am the judge. Alright, well, what do you think, Your Honor? I think Mr. Wright is going to be late for lunch. Oh, God. I don't think I have concrete proof. I'll use the knife.
Take that!
Fuck. Are we supposed to say we don't have anything? No use showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present I have no conclusive evidence. See, Udgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for the allegations against the chief. What? Here's your tip. Never gamble when you can't afford to lose, righto? See that Lady Luck was on my side again today? Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you. Warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. Is an affront to your senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Hey, look, maybe we should have a word with her. Miss Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth, another witness. The absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Chief Gann has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. We gotta call the defendant. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today? That's right, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't stop now. Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls forth.
Take that!
We need Lana. Remember being loud again. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body is in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene and hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on! Huh? Chief Gann, he came back! He came back? I thought you were going to eat. This is good, Lana. I think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. What an asshole. This isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyways, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet. He's doing it in court. He's blackmailing her in court, and the judge isn't saying anything. You don't think anything about that? Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. You don't think anything about what just happened, Judgy? Udgy? So we managed to stay in the game? Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work for now. Or where to work now? At your office? Oh. My office? Sure. Take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Hey! Just gonna be boys being boys. Boys being boys. Dude time. What do you mean? He's gonna take her place. Maya? Still? Looks like we're all out of moves now. She can't start it again? Does he always gets the upper hand? Tom Ferry has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Yeah, what are the risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. The Chief refuses to testify. The opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Yep. Hey, you're back! Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Oof. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. I think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Yep. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It's all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now, I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. We better get back, it's time for the final act. Oh god. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. Okay. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Okay. Let's go right, it's time to end this. Hopefully, man, this trial has been taking forever, bro. Coming up on a 6-hour stream, man. Like, we're at 21 hours, and no joke, this case has been at least for 7 hours. Well, no, it's probably longer than that. It's been like 12. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? You better fess up, girlie. One sec. You are the chief prosecutor? You're aware of what is required of you? But Edward, you already know everything. You know all that I've done the past 2 years? It's true. Yeah, give us the truth, man. No matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. True. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only person we have a chance to get Gant. She better not lie, bro. Gant and the fabrication. Just tell the truth, bro. All she had to do at the start was saying, I'm being blackmailed and I was moving the body for Gant. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Drake convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Or Dark convicted, excuse me. Are you sure about this testimony, Your Honor? I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course, I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. What I've been telling you from the beginning. Stop it, dude! Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Oof. I guess no time to start second-guessing myself. Vince may now begin its cross-examination. You fucking liar, guy. I hate her. I kind of thought she was like a big shot because she was chief prosecutor, but she's just like a victim, bro. Pisses me off.
Hold it!
How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. David Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Well, think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And that's her testimony. Fuck. Fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. That's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. So you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Because I was the first person to discover the scene. Broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. It's the only situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distant away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies, more lies. All just to protect me? Yeah. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body.
Hold it!
You planted the tip, and then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. That isn't that bad, but maybe I have to ask for the sake of others. Why did you plant the knife? Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? To where you deduced it was by Chief Gant's desk. See, it was by the desk, but the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body, pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
Hold it!
Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that watch jar you showed us, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. Order showed that Dark committed the crime. Felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already, of course, it had been shattered to pieces. Looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but how'd he write on it? I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Must be a contradiction here somewhere. I committed this fabrication completely alone. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. I had nothing to do with that. What a liar, bro.
Hold it!
You rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? Sometimes I have to tell you it's right. Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide the fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying, she did it. Someone would be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. That's right, my sister's lying, yeah. So let's say, she can probably say that's true. Here's the jar that was shattered during the time threatens my plan. So that's not true. Because the name was written on it.
Objection!
Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction in my testimony? Testified, and I quote, The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. That's right. You have a problem with that? Simple oversight, really? You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must have not yet been broken before he died. Ah. He could have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order? Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. You may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. Really noticed the blood traces on the jar. When it was dark in the room, I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. What will I examine her with? The jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense case. As feeble as the defense's case. That's fucked up. Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. You're a liar. You didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. I guess that's true. Anna, you do that for me? Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. It was rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. This action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? You really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall? You wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. Fragments were so large, I'm sure I got them all, but you didn't.
Objection!
Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. The Chief's safe? But how? I knew it, she really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you? Oof. Jesus, dude. Would the defendant have simply missed a piece? Yeah, object, bro. Afraid that's unlikely. Pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. May well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Shut up, Judge. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. Hunk, shut the fudge up. Hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
Objection!
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? I know. Even the judge did it. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Ant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. Proceed to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question, what is the action called? Fabrication of evidence. We proved it. We proved it. Why would Chief Gant do that? Alright, what happened afterwards? Isn't it clear? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma had killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own? You liar. Just speak up! I didn't want you to suffer any more for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. My friend's attorneys make it the most foul lies to defend their clients. That's not true. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. Yeah. I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth. What the fuck? That's fucked up, Judge. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? She bit her finger hard enough to draw blood? Damn. So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more, but evidence was fabricated behind your back. And Emma's accident of killing a prosecutor marshal might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. Nothing to be afraid of anymore? Cross-examination may not change a thing. I need a sip of water. My mouth's getting dry. Possibility that they will tell you if you that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. Testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Please! Well, when I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Alright, Chief Gant, help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. What the fuck? I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. Thought it might be needed. remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Miss Wright, she really does have faith in you. Oh, Miss Wright, please present this picture. I mean this picture. We're getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be something. Now I can check it. What the fuck? She had this the whole time and lied? I fucking hate her. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I'd rearranged everything. God, she deserves jail time. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest. Could that be? That's the fabric with her hand on it from when he pushed her. Probably found inside Chief Deanne's safe. What's this? So that's what it is. Oh, they got fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you're able to tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit armorer's sword. What the fuck? Come now, G. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. She can't. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Objection!
Right, it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. Maybe that wrist we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of your noose tightening around your own neck. He said, G. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean? Still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone. So what's your excuse, righto? Fuck! Fuck! Why you been keeping quiet about it? You have something to show us, right? Oh god. Doesn't that prove who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is this true, Mr. Wright? Can I show that piece of evidence now? Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I'm about to lie. I'm about to say I don't have it. Can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. I gotta show it. I gotta show it. This court. Yes, Your Honor, do I have further evidence? Alright, time to finally come to show it to them. Those points have got to be... These prints have got to be the Chief's. Image that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Take that!
It's a piece of leather. Yes, most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What, whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Rido has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Sky's, Emma Sky's. What? They're mine? So I really did do it? See, I told you it was conclusive.
Objection!
was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. You really expect me to believe that?
Objection!
But... Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. Should have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Skye to Neil Marshall's death. No. I mean, yeah, I did. Here's we have our killer. No! No! Everything hints on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all accounts. I don't get it. How far back am I? Oh, right here. Who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
Take that! Take that!
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can't present at this point in time. What? You lied, Chief Gant. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. See? Well, we got him to admit that. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? Found together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. I mean, you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Yeah, I got him to admit it. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. Tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. He's admitting to it right now! Surely we're manipulating her. I knew Lana. I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. That's when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Skye. Told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife, tip the victim's blood, and move the body across the room. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body, and move the body across the room. I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. Yeah! When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. Before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. I mean, you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. Ooh. See this jar fragment? And the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
Objection!
You fabricate all the evidence. What's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? So I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Rido. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? To admit to it then, Chief Gant? You were holding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. It's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Rido. Should have shown it to them before it was too late. It's been a long battle. The moment of truth finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Ooh, I don't know. I can't show it, man. I can't show it. Sorry, bro. Because if he forged it, it's fake, then I can't show it, you know? Drop a save, you know, it won't let me. Oh, there we go. When I hit escape earlier, it didn't work. There you go. We're good then. I don't care what we're picking up. Yeah, I can't show it. Plate to not show. It's too late to show it. The evidence now. But even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints. Alright, think hard over the circumstances. Circumstances, I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? So I just figured out my plan. Your only chance, Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Great.
Take that!
On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, it must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho! You're as slow on the uptake as Everworthy? What? Think about it. Rido had all this time to present this evidence, and he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? I mean, you already know. You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Where the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. Well, it should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Take that!
Emma. Emma Sky. What? Sorry, Emma, but why didn't you tell me? Does this fuck everything up? Really something, Rido? You knew the girl did it all along? You still tried to pin the murder on me? So it's true, tragic but true, this girl really did show Prosecutor Marshall to his death? How could you? You monster! Miss Sky. You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't? Miss Sky? It's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too! You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy! What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? Who really killed him? Yeah. What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you asked? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? Afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? Contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I have no clue. I'm about to save in case they make me showcase what it was. Talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. It is so right, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Your tearful reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I mean, the way it's cut out so perfectly.
Take that!
What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. Hard to make out with all that blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. Yo, funny court game. Yeah, what's going on, Bumble? His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Yeah, there's no blood on it. Wait, there's no blood on it. Yep. Ah! Yeah, he mad. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? He angry. Didn't make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death. Said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Ooh. It's all coming up. Remember what you admitted to only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Ooh, shit. No! He's getting angry. It's finally all over? Hopefully. I'm sure he's got something, right? Something? Objection? Oh, that was close, Rhino. You almost had me. Sorry, but we'll have to do better than that. Ooh. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? See that piece of cloth? Is illegal evidence. Order? What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. It's not illegal because he brought it up. He made it relevant to the case, and we're allowed to use it through evidence law. Get fucked! Remember, OG? Earlier old Rhino here concealed that piece of cloth? So then what's your excuse, Rhino? He made it evidence. You have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Do you have any evidence I can present at this point in time? Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, the piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence? That's not fair! Ho ho ho! Ooh! You really think you can best me in court? Excuse me. Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Object and then throw evidence law in his face, bro. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claims is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? Seems at last. Time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it that you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! But the evidence is legal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji! Don't listen to his lies! Nothing but a coward. He can't really believe. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of law, then do so now. This should settle it. This should be it. This is the final part of the case. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And, here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incidents. Yeah, couldn't prove the relevance. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this. One look at this picture and, excuse me, object! Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. Yep. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yep. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be, Damon Gant! The killer was you! Oh man, he's laughing. He's going crazy. Oh my god. My man is transforming. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. What? That good-for-nothing scum? For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me? Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker and he was taking the evidence out. He said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. Excuse me. And he stabbed Goodman right there. Stabbed him in the fucking chest. Couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint, yep. On Detective Gumshoe's locker. Used to be known as the crime computer. Everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Can you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Urgh. He's angry. Leave the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she has much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. Felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So... you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. You just told us everything! Finally! They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon post-examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court? Me? We despise criminals. I could feel it. You and me were the same. Ooh, Edgeworth isn't happy with that. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Yeah. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Rido here. And Worthy. These two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning? Yeah. Melodious? There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When the trial's over, I'll tell everything. After that, I've done these... After all that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie? Ooh. Huh? I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. She finally fucking smiled. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Man, Edgy Boy. Edgy Boy was real depressed, but he's acting like, you know, it didn't bother him. Yeah, liar. Yeah, that shit bothered the hell out of you. Where the pressure might break you, and yet, he rose above it all, and guide Mr. Right to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Just stop it! I only did my job. In light of this case, seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky, yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. Trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. There's something amusing about all of this. Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. Long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Oh! Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Yes, it has. If she isn't being charged of murder, she's just being charged as being an accomplice to murder. Not much better, but probably... probably not a murderer, at least. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. Forging evidence, like, you know, accomplice in a murder. She went to go move a body. Like, she could be charged with concealing evidence or something like that. Concealing a body. As long as Grant gets life. Yeah. That is all. This court is adjourned. Oh! Long last, it's finally over. Is it? Oh. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry she didn't get completely off the hook. At least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now after the trial ended. That's why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. To you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Did every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. Did she want to thank you? Did she want to thank you? You know, I did my best too. Lon didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, Bowser. Dude, you keep interrupting, man. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Gumshoe, what is it? Yep, stay around, bro. Just stay around, man. Doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while I'm duty and to top it off, you call me here. Just have your people at funerals. Good night, up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. Came today because of you, pal. Me? Oh, me? Her? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana, are they gonna hug? Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know? Well, I won't tell if you won't. There you go. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I've ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. Oof. Oof. Scared of how you'd react if you do. You're only doing it for me? No. Huh? Turned my back on you that day, and hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. Took me all this time to realize it? Yeah. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. Hey, you're happy? Yep. Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. Now you have. Oh, Emma. There you go. Oh, there we go. No one can change the past. One thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, or in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Right, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. Sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Is he hiding? Is he sulking? Stop hiding around the corner, bro. Just come say hi. I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Bro's shy as fuck. Right, well, I'll be going now. There it goes. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Grant was right. You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. Oof. Oof. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try go it alone. This is where Gumshoe's gotta be like, you're not alone, bro. You got me. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. In order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Oof. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Lehman Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. You don't need one. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. Who? You were working together with Mr. Right. Because of that partnership, be able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered? Yeah. I was gonna say Gumshoe. Gumshoe's more like, you know, his partner, but... You know, isn't that right, Mr. Right? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Right, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. What the fuck? The evidence list, maybe?
Take that!
That's the picture I drew! Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Probably wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. I thought that was gonna work. Edgeworth, what will you do now? But whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems I owe you my thanks too, right? What I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Canon event, he left. You got dumpster this whole game. Yeah, I better be going too. Okay? but I'll be by to visit soon. Since we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do, here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Okay. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. I mean, yeah, they're both young. One of them's fucking 16. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go checking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. See, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you just said it was okay. Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Oh, fuck. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Oh, fuck, dude. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Right here is the one who will be footing the bill. Oh, yeah, because he's gonna be working for me now, huh? Huh? What, do you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright, you're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? You actual bitch. I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go.
Objection!
No. That's the first game done, dude. Thanks for a friend of mine in Europe to care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to start here in the top investigator. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days in the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. And I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Thoughts on the first game? I'm so glad I finally got around to playing this game. I want to play the next ones too. And it makes me excited because it kind of like how Shu felt when playing through the Arkham games. Like, Shu was really excited because he had like 4 more games to play. I feel that way with Ace Attorney. I'm excited because I have a bunch of games to play for this. So I thought it was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Good for him, I guess. Even though he's basically getting paid 50 cents every hour. I'm sure the next game, Justice for All Men, is still pretty good. I want to know what happened to Gant. Did he get arrested? My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. That I could just be like that Dick Gumshoe. He looks up to Dick. It's our boy. It's our boy, man. No! I'm trying to. I'm holding off on ending the stream because I want to see if there's anything that comes here. But 6.5 hours, dude. Jeez. So did he go in jail? What is it? Can't you see him having me a showdown with the steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seen one of the guards, it seems. Oh, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Of course she's dating a guard too, dude. She still belongs for the streets, even if she used to be a top detective, bro. Oh, speak of the devil. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the right way lunch. Hey! The top layer tastes of bitter is defeat, but the bottom layer is the sweetest victory. Oh. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Okay. Never forget what he said after trial. So what was his name again? Mr. Left? Oh, true. He forgot everything he said. I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go. What the fuck? Even the judge left. There she is. She's still getting fresh country air. Afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. I'll see you around, Nick. All right. I don't know why we're here all of a sudden. Brand new area. We'll go till the end of the credits. Why not? Did he actually resign? Edgeworth, no! Edgy boy. Not edgy boy. Thanks for coming to see me off. Where are you going? Oh yeah, you're going to Europe. Forgot. Yeah, going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Show me a picture of them? Would that be considered a teaser? Probably. Pretty good photo. God, can I just explain how many people I see playing Baldur's Gate 3 that I follow? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 people I follow are playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now. Oh my goodness. So if I hit continue, what happens? Do I just have to start a new game? Like Dark and Darker is active now? Is it on Steam? No, it's not on Steam, but it is on Steam. I don't know. No, it's not on Steam. Alright, well, let me see what happens if I click load. I think we just kind of have to, like, I think we're just done there. I hit continue, it'll just take me to the end again, right? Yeah, it does. Alright, we're done. We gotta start the next game next time. Don't know if we'll do it tomorrow. Don't know if we'll do some GMMW. Next time you play, you press new game. Yep. Next time I play new game. Alright, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for chilling, Wes. It was nice to do a, I was only gonna do a 4-hour stream today. I ended up finishing that trial. 6.5 hours. Jeez. It was fun. Alright, good night everyone. Take care. Appreciate you. Peace out.